All right, there we go. Stream's up. What does that sound? Is someone joining? All right, you guys watching? So I don't have to say this 7 times. All right, so it's just like what we've been talking about for a few weeks now. Uh, Specifically, like last week about our pathing is we came back down into our fixed range low. Or sorry, our fixed range POC to value low and to value high. We didn't need to do the full rotation of this range. This is what we were worried was going to happen, which is we were going to fail here, and then we were going to have to do this rotation through our lower auction. That did not have to happen, luckily. What did happen is our balance maintained, right? We were able to rotate fully through this, just like we've talked about over and over again, is that there is zero interest once we hit these highs in the middle. It's like if we're not breaking out, we're going down, right? So what we did was push right back down into our lower fixed range, our lower auction, rotate back through, recover our edge, where we bounced multiple times, and then recover and rotate back up through our range, right? So we are just right back up to the top of our box. That's all that's happened. We'll see if we can get the breakout, but I really want to point that out, that all we've done is rotate our lower auction and then rotate right back up through our upper auction. So we'll see if we can get our breakout. Just like we went over with class on Monday, it's not looking for huge moves outside of balance is probably not in your best interest. But we shall see what happens. But don't, like, just because the election's over doesn't mean that things don't need to settle first, right? We need to still see buyers break us out of here. But this is a really nice move back up to the top of our balance highs, right? And let's just see what happens. I'm not seeing anything as of yet that tells me that NQ wants to go crazy. We'd want to see this 700 level, the 690, 700, really kind of stay bid if we were going to hold a higher low here. If we don't see the 690, 700 area on NQ hold, I would say that we're more than likely rotating down to 640 within the next couple hours. So kind of a big deal here for that. Other than that, don't really expect a ton, right? Like, we're just at the top of our balance. Need to show interest above our old highs, right? Take these out, and then probably build a bit and then go. But I got to see it first. I just don't have faith, even after the election technically is over, right? That we want to like really show like a big old trend out of here. Like maybe we get a couple, new highs, maybe rotate back down. Like I gotta see first what we do. That's all. Yeah, of course. Right? Like there's still lots of like we know what happens. We know that the market is basically sideways or negative after every election since 1988 for the first month. But after a month, we go up. Right? So with that information, we can kind of build upon a strategy of being like, I don't know if like a real breakouts are really going to happen. But yeah, again, like nothing has changed. All we're trying to do now is again flipping this supply into a demand and trying to break. If we go to our XLK, our tech names, really major gap up, right? We've created an island reversal, if you're familiar with that pattern, where we gap down, we gapped up, we're right back to where we were. Like nothing happened, right? We're just back in this garbage range that we've been trading for quite some time. So that's a very interesting level. We still have yet to see a break and hold of this, right? It's just back to this box. But it is important that we did create this island reversal on our tech sector underlying financial names. Big move, big, right? This is really important for a catalyst for potentially giving Russell huge legs. Um, we so tech neutral, right? Financial names huge gap out of the same range. This is when XLF was trading in this box. Tech was doing this the entire time. So just to give you a comparison of our reaction, our market reactions here from the election ending, right? Huge move on XLF. So if this can't remain, right, can't keep this momentum, we have a big gap to rotate back down. So it's definitely going to be something we want to keep an eye on and seeing if that momentum can persist and if RTY can continue to like lead with this. So definitely going to be keeping our eye on financial names for the next couple days because without that continuation, that gap is going to be brutal, absolutely brutal. All right, I think that's all I wanted to say. Other than that, we'll just trade how we usually do. Yeah. So far, NQ bouncing our 30-second opening range at that 69700 that I talked about. Tells everything's concerning to me. Literally everything right now. But we're just gonna have to let the market kind of figure it out. Holy, I'm tired. All right, getting pullbacks across the board, looking for Russell to find a low here, ideally, into our PVZ AVWAP. We're watching to see if this can go supportive, if ADR can go supportive here, and we can get a bid. ES currently bidding off of our VWAP. Same thing with NQ at our PVZ AVWAP. Just looking to see if we can flip trend here. We got our look above, held our 30-second opening range low from our 690 to 700. Now just watching to see if we can build out higher lows across the board in this market. Again, waiting for Russell to find a low before engaging. This is an important area to keep an eye on to see if buy side will be able to hold here at this like 735, 745. Bit of acceleration. Russell, no low found yet. Watching our value edge here for the bottom. Didn't find liquidity where we needed on NQ, so now filling the LVN into our ETH high. Again, keep an eye on Russell for a bottom. Russell about to value low edge. I'd like to see it push back over 82. A lot of liquidity resting there at the offer. Overall market movement as soon as RTY was able to find that low. ES holding our anchored VWAP. Big test here into 82 on RTY. See if we can get a breach this time or if this will continue to hold our highs. Just doing our oscillations from our value low edge back up to our wick highs. This is your first real risk off, and so we push into 931 on ES, the start 30-second opening range low, and our previous low. And it's just a rotation with Russell finding that low off of value, right? Our value edge. So let's see if we can get back in our 30-second opening range, start to make day open supportive so we can rotate back up, or if this is just going to oscillate again. We are holding our 382 edge on RTY and have made our first lower high here. So might need another rotation fully down. Not sure if we get break yet.
According to a military spokesman, Iraqi security body says recent reports about Iraqi territory may be used for launch attacks or retaliations.
So that's Iraqi security body saying that recent reports about Iraqi territory may be used to launch attacks or retaliations are false pretexts aimed at justifying attacks on the country, according to a military spokesperson.
RTY tells all. Yep. I mean, it's just one of those days. It's one of the, like, just wait for the market to have some confluence. New 15s have opened. Let's see if we can continue to hold these highs, guys. I really want to remind people again that if you've been struggling for the last couple weeks, it's normal, right? Like, you're not going to get the greatest market conditions all the time. And you got to be able to recognize that. And if you are like really in need for money through trading, you need to know that like your same strategies, your same edge does not always apply, and these like large movements aren't always going to be there.
Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu, cited by the Prime Minister's office, said that he spoke with President-elect Donald Trump. Netanyahu was among the first to call in order to congratulate Trump, and the conversation was warm and cordial, and the two agreed to work together for Israel's security and discussed the Iranian threat.
So I just want to like really again, like we know with our usual election cycle how the market reacts, what to expect, what not to expect, right? And you have to kind of get out of your own head and just trade what's being offered or wait for better action, right? And so, like, please shift your bias, I guess is the best way to put it, your preconceptions. Like, yeah, you need to chill a bit. I don't want people blowing up over and over again, just like not trading balance, you know? It's really disheartening to see like people treating the market conditions the same regardless of what's happening in the world, regardless of who's participating, who's not participating. Like, yeah, not every day is the same. You got to stop treating it like it is. if you are still treating it the same, like every day you get on and you do the exact same thing every day, you're still kind of just gambling, right? Like you're not even going into the day without it with a understanding of like what your edge is, right? You're just going back up to the slot machine another day. You're going to the casino, put another quarter in, press the buttons and see what happens, right? You're not understanding that some days are better than others. And some days you have a lot more edge. That's like I think one of like the biggest things you need to remind yourself. You close your eyes and press the buttons blindly, you're gonna get the same results. ES still just at our 931, no change there. Russell full oscillation from our 382 pivot right back down to our lows. NQ still just holding highs, no change there. I'm just waiting to see what happens with RTY back into our lows. Can we get another bounce while ES and NQ were able to maintain highs? Or is there going to be a more dramatic shift outside of our range with Russell breaking down and then leading, with then NQ and ES having room to fall, right? Just need to see what happens there. Ideal scenario for the market is Russell finds a low into our bottom here, right? We do a full oscillation where we have room up, where NQ and ES were able to hold the highs, right? We flag here, we're able to break out, and then Russell doing this full oscillation gives us the ammunition we need for acceleration. That's like your most bullish scenario. Is that we get one of these? Well, these are able to flag and hold, flag and hold. By far, this would be the most bullish scenario. Good hold of our 31 low so far on ES. Halfway through our opening range. Russell found bounce at our bottom of range. Now staying at POC. NQ at resistance here into 803.50. Need to see a pretty clear acceptance above. There's a lot of volume up here on NQ, up in these 800s. So showing like a very clear hold and a bid above is going to be incredibly important. Or we expect to be absorbed in this like 800 to 822. Failure to show any sort of strong bid back over 800s should result in us having to fill the LVN back down to 75s on NQ. Just keep that in mind. RTY back up to our 382. Where's my volume profile? Did I turn it off? No. There we go. Whoa, what is going on? Failure at our 800s and rotating down to our 75. Again, that's basically the only place where there's any sort of like buying up here on this edge on NQ. If we don't see buyers kind of step in here and build us back up, then we should expect a rotation back down to like 46, back to POC off of a failure at the high of our range. Again, Russell just at the top of our oscillation so far. Need to see a pretty clear hold or expect something like this to happen where we just rotate again. Watching how we interact here at POC on RTY at 79s. Ideally, in a bullish world, RTY is able to hold and then break. If not, then we oscillate. See if we can get our bid here on NQ. And for ES enjoyers, we want to see our 30-second opening range low hold, recovery of our mid, the ability to build here at our highs, and then go for continuation. And failure to do this is going to result in a rotation back down to our VWAP. NQ testing 75 now. I'm out one here for 10 points into 85 off of 75s. Looking to see if we can get anything more and break downtrend, or if that's all we get so far. Dig, why don't you use shorter time frame for the footprint instead of the 15? I used to use the 5-minute on NQ, and I occasionally use a tick chart for NQ, but it just doesn't. I find it just a little too noisy a lot of the times for shorter movements. I'm more concerned about where volume is accumulating over time, because I get all of my shorter time information just keeping an eye on the DOM itself, Carlo. So just keeping, I'm like 90% of the time I'm watching the DOM. So I get a lot of my shorter time data there, and then anything that I'm not getting, I'm watching as on the 15-minute for accumulation. What I'm using the footprint for is a bit different. Than a lot of other footprint traders, I think, who are trying to spot like very clear shifts of delta on smaller time frame candles and then getting the reversal. I feel like I can catch a lot of that on with the same at the same speed, I guess, as them. Just watching DOM and watching like accumulation on 15. I don't know. I've tried smaller time frames and I just find it's a bit too noisy. And I can't find a great setup that shows me, that's giving me more information in a clear format. I find the 15 does its job incredibly well while cutting down on noise and keeping me focused on what matters the most, I guess is probably the best way to put it. We are now up 20 points from 75s on NQ following pathing. This is your second risk off into 800s. We'll see if we can get a breakout here, but we did find that liquidity that we were looking for. Need to see the break of our highs and a willingness to bid. Things that are going for us right now. Russell is holding our 382 as supportive. That is a big deal if we were going to get some continuation here with RTY helping lead up. I will wait for us to break out before I look for another trade. But that 75 bid was great for my first trade of the day. Nothing crazy, just a pullback with Russell holding where we needed and trading back up into our resistance, our offer. What's up, club? On the premium paid membership, do you give signals, entry, stop loss, and TP? No. Not for futures trading. Most of our moves are way too quick for that. We do have entries, exits, and stop loss for options trading because they have a longer time frame outlook, so it actually makes sense to do that. But every time we've done short time frame futures and scalps, people look at that trade 10 minutes later and get in without having any idea what they're doing and lose money. So what we do instead is we do live narration every day. We talk about what we're looking for. We give you the exact pathing that we're looking for it. I tell you what I'm doing, where I'm looking, when it invalidates, and you trade with us live and you learn for yourself with us, because that's the only way you're actually going to make money is by actually putting in work. Signal services do not work for scalping. You might get a couple good trades every once in a while, but you will lose money. So if you are watching with us, listening with us, asking questions, and trading live with us, you will get funded. It's just time and effort. But if you want to make some less risky money, right, we also do have an option service that has a positive win rate, and there is entries, exits, reasoning for trade, etc. And those are all usually like, I don't know, two to 3 days to, weeks, month long trades. And that is actually viable for signals. It's got to be realistic. Like, it just doesn't make sense that everyone's going to be able to get the same fill at the exact same time on futures. It's absurd. But Jay, something to point out is we do have algo trading as well through Easy Algo, right? And if you want signals, then you go through our secondary service called Easy Algo, and it will literally trade for you. But if you want to learn how to actually like day trade, then you watch the streams, you put in the work, you journal, and we grow together. All of that can be found on, for futures, Jay. Yeah, we have a full algo suite. Again, like, the reason why we don't do it is because there's the human lag is just too high for futures trading. It doesn't mean that we don't like signals, but there's a better way to do it, right? Which is why we created Easy Algo. So you can set it up with, like, I don't know, 10 Apex accounts if you want, all copy trading each other, all taking the same trade. But it just is a way more efficient system than like pulling up the Twitter that you subscribe to for an actionable signal. Like, it doesn't make sense. You're going to lose money doing that. All of our win rates are on our Twitter, Jay. Full breakdowns of trades and all that. Russell not looking so hot right now. Tried to hold over 382, looking below. Need to see a bid step in pretty soon if we're going to keep going. NQ following pathing to a T, no change there. Just waiting on Russell to find this bid. If we can get a new high, that would be ideal to let us know that we want to keep going. I'm flat on my NQ position into 800s. Trade was posted in chat. Just waiting now to see if we can get a breakout and hold. This was a pretty easy area to find on Footprint of why I was looking for 75s. I just want to go over that real quick because it's one of those things that you guys should be able to see as well. With just an understanding of some of the stuff we talked about yesterday. So this is our LVN, right? Our low volume node between this absorption that we saw into 800s, this huge stack of volume up here. And again, we talked about how this is just going to be absorption for the short term until we can build back above, right? So we need to see how buyers and sellers interact up here into this high. The only thing that we have, if we can't get over this 800 level, is that we know that we have a lot of buying here, right, into this 75.80. And we can see that here as well by our buyer who is able to push price up, and then we are able to retest and then continue onward. So when we come back down from this failure at 800s, we're going to be looking for this area again to hold, because this is where the last area of value or participation was when we saw it. So we either hold here and then rotate back up to retest this, or we're going to have to hold and make this resistance for rotation most likely down to 750, right? Where this next area of buyers are. So that's all I was looking for here, was just how do we interact up at our highs? If we fail at our highs and we continue to see buyers get absorbed into that, well, then we should be looking for a rotation back down to where buyers were previously, right? If there's no shift of value, then we'll go back to where value was found last. That's all it is.
The Japanese yen slides 2% to hit session low of 154.67 against the dollar.
Russell was able to get a really great bid and is pushing higher off of our 382 hold. I'm actually going to delete this. It's a little messy. Just want, I'll keep, actually, no, I'm deleting all of it. I don't care. Too messy for me. Still just waiting on NQ to see if we can build above. We have 10 seconds until new 15-minute candles are opening. Really keeping an eye on how we build out here on NQ. Russell into next target here into 87.70 off of PVZ. Expect a bit of a pullback as that happens. See if we can find another trade. 83.10 looks viable on RTY. 83.10. Yeah, like this area, if we can see a buyer now here. Yes, still holding our value high edge, no change. 36 is also our opening range mid. We are continuing to fail to show any interest above that. Russell coming back down to that 83.10 level and just our previous bid. See if we can hold our node edge. We're looking for buyers to be present here. Needed to see this pullback hold and a bid to step back in on RTY. Loss of momentum will not be great. No change on NQ. This 800 level still holding. I personally will not be trying the 75s again. I'm waiting for either a very clear look above 800s and hold, or a bit of a steeper pullback down to 46s on NQ to POC. Russell, amazing bid at our 38, or sorry, our 83.10. Immediate bid, push back up to our highs. EF still holding our 30-second opening range low. And there's been no shift in NQ, just chop at our highs. Russell leading us up. Something to note, Jay, if you're still here, is most of the options trades that are signaled are spreads. So keep that in mind. I would say 95% of them are some form of spread. Have I played the new Call of Duty? No, man. I haven't touched a Call of Duty game since like Black Ops 3, maybe. And even that one I didn't really play much. Oh yeah, it's a separate company, Jay. Here, let me give you the link. It's our sister company, separate entity. Yeah, just join the Discord if you have any questions there. There should be a link, I would assume. I don't handle any of that stuff. I just know that it's what we offer. Yeah, I find that I don't know how much success you've had with like actual like other like alert services, but I find that about 10 people make money and the rest are just exit liquidity for those 10 people. It's just not a good model. Like it's not a good model if you're actually trying to help people. Yes, yes, it's very good at helping pass evals. I cannot stop yawning. This is crazy. I need coffee. Mm-mm-mm. All right. RTY leading up. ES still following pathing. First breach over our 30-second opening range mid. I know just lower the opacity on this a little bit, so nothing isn't obscured. RTY testing into our value high edge. Projecting so far. No change on ES yet structurally. Just more buyers trying to get in here, making sure the bid is now stepped up to 800. If this fails, it's going to be really rough on the next retest. We need to see buyers now really continue to maintain that 800 level. Here, let me screenshot. So you can see how thick this 800 level is starting to become and how much buy-side deltas are kind of stacking up here. And if these guys continue to kind of get absorbed and we don't really see any real movement out, this is going to become an even greater wall, right? That if we push away from, these guys are going to get punished from being offsides up at the highs. So really important that we're able to now maintain up here for a continuation upward. Twenty seconds until new 15-minute candles.
In 10 minutes' time now, at 12:25 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect the text release from Bank of Canada's Rogers. That's their senior deputy governor.
I don't know. I think the bid will try to maintain here. I'm just kind of waiting on RTY to see what it wants to do. This 90 to 800 is really where we're watching to see if bid will hold. Again, like if I think that you're on the right track, club. If we don't see a bid hold here, right? We don't see like something like this, and then a recovery and bounce. That this will be a really nice reoffer point for a rotation down to POC, right? Trapping these guys up at our highs. But I need to see like a very clear reoffer because you don't want to get caught in just another oscillation of this range. Like that would just be miserable. But yeah, I'm watching for either one of these reactions depending on how we hold tier off the POC shift. The issue is like if you look at footprint, like you can just see like this is not good trading, right? Which is why I've only alerted one trade, which was our first test into 75s, and then rotation up to 800s. It's just because like this is not good. Nothing about this makes me excited to want to trade. Very wiki action on the higher time frame with stacked POCs like that. This is like the exact opposite action you want to be trading as a scalper. You know, it is just not good. Watching Russell to find a low. No low, don't touch it. For longs. No long without a Russell low. And regain of momentum.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at 12:25 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Bank of Canada's Senior Deputy Governor Rogers, speaking at an event in Toronto.
I don't see anything convincing yet that this is our Russell low, by the way. I need to see a bit more from buyers. Or I feel like we still have probably one more leg down. Excuse me.
So we're shortly expecting comments from Bank of Canada's Senior Deputy Governor Rogers. So comments from Bank of Canada's Rogers coming through now. It says that improved housing affordability requires a better balance between supply and demand, and achieving this balance will take time. It says that as interest rates come down, the impact of higher shelter costs will fade and consumption will gradually pick up. Interest rates have started to come down, and prospects for further normalization is ahead. Households will continue to adjust their savings and spending patterns in order to absorb the impact of higher mortgage payments. Higher mortgage payments could stress households and lead to greater losses for financial institutions and mortgage issuers. Rogers added that people who spend more on shelter costs may cut back on other spending and slow the economy. Says that 4 million mortgages will renew over the next 2 years and 60% of all outstanding mortgages. The changes to mortgages market won't fix housing affordability, which requires addressing the long-term imbalances between low supply and high demand. Says that making longer-term mortgages more available in Canada may require policy changes.
Let this guy yap for a bit. Let the market settle. Russell should find a lower high here, I'd assume. I don't really see a reason of. I don't see any level of interest that I want to buy yet on RTY. Yeah, and I'm expecting one more leg down needed. Ideally something like this, and then push down, but we'll see. Personally, I don't really see anything on NQ until we retest our liquidity into 75s and then look for a strong secondary reoffer. If you did buy the 800 pivot, right, like that held, but not a great trade as of yet. Just need to watch how we build here. I've not a ton of interest trading this anymore. We've traded it once. I don't need to continue to trade it. I know when my odds drop. I need to see someone I actually want to play with to take a trade. Do you guys ever use PineScript? Yeah, that's how we use PineScript quite a bit. That's why we use TradingView, is because of PineScript. It allows us to make custom indicators. So everything on chart is a custom indicator that we've made. So it gives us like reversal signals, levels of interest, gives us everything. We are big PineScript enjoyers. 30 seconds until the 15-minute candles. We are opening at POC of previous candle here in NQ. Russell holding where we thought it would as of right now. Watching to see if this will continue to maintain a lower high. Need to see a look below this 82 for really anything meaningful. But that would be the start of a more dramatic downtrend, something like that, if it did. Just gotta wait it out. Need to see something actionable. Excuse me. Just wait for clear breakouts, guys. You don't want to be trading this range. Just gonna get stopped out, chopped up. When we're ready to go, it'll be clear. We can play a secondary move. Be patient. RTY all of a sudden looks suddenly decent. Really nice recovery. Watch to see what happens into these highs. But this seller really kind of screwed themselves here in the mid. Looks okay on the 15 now. Seeing if we can get anything else. Most liquidity is resting at 94, 95, it looks like. Probably where we're headed.
ECB's Villeroy says election also brings the risk of potential higher inflation in the US. Administration South ECB's Villeroy on the US election, saying that Trump's administration will likely lead to a higher deficit. So the Fed bids for 30-year bonds totaling $6.1 billion. And ECB's Villeroy says central banks must provide stability in the uncertain global context.
RTY trading at our day open into our 94. Watching to see our reaction here, if we need to do a pullback to retest our breakout, or if we're able to just go for that 400 immediately. It'd make a lot of sense if we had to pull back to this 90.7 area first, and then recover day open for a move to 400s. It's kind of what I'm watching for the most here. Again, we just had a decent amount of resting liquidity at 94, so that was an easy target to look for. But now it's just a pullback to see if we can hold this structural break and hold our value edge now. NQ was able to hold our 90 and is now looking to bid back up. We know that there's absorption here. We still need to see a willingness to participate outside of this range. Without that, it's just going to continue to be really rough to actually have any sort of real trades on NQ. Nothing has changed in our pathing on ES. It's just taking about 10 times longer than we wanted, right? We're holding our 30-second low. We're rotating up to our high. We need to see acceptance over our high for expansion. Without that, we will continue to be in a neutral state here in between. So look for this look above. Look to see if we can build up in between this 36 and 41. And then if we can break out over and retest our opening range high edge as supportive, that is going to be key for expansion. Without that, just we will continue to chop between 30 and 40. It will continue to chop. See if Russell can do the flag.
The election also means a European remobilization is needed. So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell 25 billion in 30-year bonds. Prior bid to cover was 2.5, and the prior high yield was 4.389%. So the aggressive bear steepening after Donald Trump's election victory has broadly held as investors position ahead of this $25 billion new issue 30-year bond sale coming up. Both outright and curve concession has ramped up, though market uncertainty and volatility could complicate how investors set up for this auction. Just also making note of the latest CFTC positioning data ahead of this. It shows that speculators were net short 96.6 thousand bond futures and 263,000 ultra bond futures, possible sources of covering demand.
Hopefully we get a bit of acceleration here from buyers. We need to see excitement, guys. NQ definitely trying now on this break. Love to see 25s go. Russell was able to develop out the flag up above our previous highs. It's a good sign. Testing into our day open now. New PVZ zones should be opening. Or should be respective, I guess is the better word to put. So I'd love to see this hold as supportive now on Russell and continue to rotate up. Right, we want to see again excitement from buyers as we push up into these highs and start to build out this upper tail. Don't really have a great development there. Same thing for ES, testing our 30-second opening range high. I need to see this develop out if we're going to keep going higher. I don't see really anything on NQ unless we either build above 25s or expect us to rotate back down to 12s first on NQ before going higher. So keeping an eye on our 12 edge.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $25 billion in 30-year bonds. The prior bid cover was 2.5, prior high yield 4.389%. So 1 minute now until we get the Treasury when issued yield for the 30-year bond sale. That's released at the top of the hour. The auction results will follow a couple of minutes after this.
30 seconds until new 15s. Holding our highs so far in NQ. RTY, yes. Just looking to see if we can build this out. I'd love to see a little bit of a pullback into new 15s and then an immediate bid. If we were going to actually break out here, or we're just going to trap buyers up at the highs, and it's going to be pretty exhaustive without any strength. Five seconds.
Treasury when issued 30-year yield 4.63%.
Testing into our value edge here on NQ, into our 12s. See if Russell can maintain above day open. Need to break over 25s off of this test into 12s and bid. If we don't, I don't see a reason why we don't just go back down to our POC at 795, 800. Risk off one here if you bought 12s. Pop out.
2.64,
Nice little
high yield,
squeeze.
4.608%, 4.608%. So the US sells $25 billion in 30-year bonds and awards 13.02% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 10.18% direct, 27.09%, and indirect 62.73%. Seeing some slight downside in the dollar, slight upside in S&P.
Looking to see if 25s can now hold as supportive for rotation up to 46. I risked off one on NQ from our bid at 12s. We're looking for something like this for a secondary move now. See if we can hold the previous structure.
ECB's Villeroy says rate cuts will continue.
Sellers absorbing buyers into 35s. Need to break over 35s for continuation so far. Trying to flag here into our 25. Just retracing some of this squeeze candle. As long as this is maintaining, buy side still has a bit of pressure, but very clear absorption right now at 35 above.
Bank of Canada's Rogers says the Trump election removes a big piece of uncertainty. And Bank of Canada's Rogers says Canada is not near the limit of divergence with Fed policy.
I'm at 1 here into our wick high, looking for 45 next. Just had to get off a bad fill that I had. Taking off one more into 40, our wick high here. Just de-risking my average up. And then keeping one runner on. See if buy side can step up here at this 35 to 25, basically. Wanting to see this can now hold. Got our hold of our squeeze, just trading up into our 45s. Again, I've risked off most of my position. I have one runner left now from a 26 average, from an average up from 12s. Testing into our next PT now. We've got a lot of resting liquidity at 50s on NQ, so just keep that in mind. You want to move stops up or take up risk off as we approach that. We're waiting to see if they pull that on the pull the offer. I will show you how I played it. It's nothing that I didn't say, but probably worth just pulling it up. I'll line it up with price, current price, so nothing changes, you can see. Got my bid into 12s, which is what we were looking for. Got our reaction up, took my first risk off into our 25 target. Let this then retrace our squeeze candle up that we got from the 12 side liquidity holding. Then started to bid in here. I took off my first average up because I wasn't a huge fan, right? I was just waiting for the structure to fill. So added more into the fill of the structure, risked off my bad fill immediately as soon as it was positive, and then let my runners play up into target. Good. See what we can do from here. Yes, now holding our 30-second opening range high as supportive and pushing, just like we talked about. No change there. It's just a patience game because of how long it took. But as soon as we were able to hold, we got a big move off of it. It's crazy what patience can do if you're willing to just actually have a plan. This pullback on NQ should come down to like 35, I would assume, if we can't get over this 45 to 50. We're just going to be looking for a pullback like this to fill LVN if we can't get over this. We'll see. $40. Wait, no, 14 seconds until new 15s. My trade of age just completely froze. Am I still alive for you guys? We good? Yeah, okay.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
All right, new 15s have opened. Yeah, flippers. Absolutely ripping. 6% on the day. Crazy.
$57 counterparties take $177.871 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
I'm really watching to see how we interact into this like 35 to 30 area on NQ. This is that pullback we were talking about with the sell side liquidity that was very visible at 850. So now I'm just watching to see how we react off of our previous structure, right? Filling this LVN here, looking for bids to ideally be here and then be able to pop us if we were going to be able to get any sort of like expansion. That is what we want to see. So just waiting for this pullback now. See if there's anything here. RTY now into next target. ES, same situation. Got an LVN here. Looking to see if we can flag into our halfway back and then be able to bid for a push into our ETH high. We can see the same thing on footprint itself on NQ, which is what I'm basing this area off of. So I'm just going to post this here so we can see the two developing areas, right? This is that 35, and then we have this null area, right? This, what I can call like a delta LVN, I guess is the best way to put it. And when I see stuff like this, I usually look for this kind of structure to get filled, and then we rotate back down to this node, right? And then this is our real test. We talked about this a lot yesterday at close, but this is what I look for like a structural repair. So it makes a lot of sense to come through and then look for this bid in this area like we're doing right now. After that, we then need to, of course, get back over this top one, but it makes for a really great first risk off for a little scalp. And then we look for buyers to get excited and start to build above this area. As soon as we start to see buying deltas start to come in above after a reaction off of the low, we can then usually get a nice little bit of a movement afterwards. I'm really trying to only talk when I think that there's something actionable. Hopefully that is coming through to you guys. I've mentioned like only 2 areas so far today to bid. I've taken 2 trades, and so far both of them have played. So I really want you to focus in on patience and just waiting for things to actually set up, right? Like it's so important on these kind of days. Not all rotations are made the same, right? Wait for something that makes sense to you. Is YouTube frozen, or is it just for Singe? Okay. Yeah, it sounds like it just needs to refresh. Oh, we know, buddy. Filling our LVN, still rejecting our 50. Liquidity is still holding up there. Just waiting to see what our reaction is here. And we flag it out. Nice, glad it fixed. We have now fully filled back to our lower deltas. We're waiting to see if buyers are present here into this 35 to like 28 area. If they aren't, we're going to watch to see if this flips offer, but we should expect some buyers to be present here. You can see this is what we were talking about. We have now done the fill of that area, and we've rotated back down into these buyers here into the 28 to 35. Now looking to see if this buy side liquidity can hold, and if we can get that rotation back over 50s. If we can start to see that secondary move and excitement over 50s, then this has room to play. If this area goes resistant, then we should look for a rotation probably back down to 800s would be my guess. So really paying attention to how we interact here. You can see the same thing on TradingView footprint, by the way. This is that fill, right? Just back to this buying block that's right here. I'm personally waiting for the secondary move. I'm not playing this low. I'm gonna grab some water. I will be right back. All right. Looks like we got a really nice bid off of the previous buyer, but we still need to see that look over 50s. But flag is holding for NQ. This would be your first risk off if you did buy in this area. Again, secondary buyers, we're looking to see build out up over this tail on our volume node. Does this make sense to you guys? Like, do you understand the reasoning behind this and why we're looking for that pullback? And looking at it on footprint as well, why this area makes sense, where our buyers are here. Like, are we kind of starting to see what I'm talking about? And how we can use those areas? You see how we just come back down and we find that bid? And you're up 20 points if you took that. Again, I did not. I'm waiting for secondary reaction. I had to grab water and use the bathroom, so no trade for me. But it did hold as our first test. We'll now see if we get our secondary move. Right, we got our passive liquidity here. Now we're looking for secondary buyers to show a willingness to shift value at our highs. We have a minute 40 left on this candle. $50 seconds. New 15s opening now. Buyer attempting at this 50-55. We'll see if they can hold. You played the secondary move. You are up 20 points basically from 50s. We're just looking to see if we can get a bit more here. Developed out. Russell retesting highs. ES coming up into target. Get me out of this choppy, slow moves. Give me trend. Just want this month to be over with. And it just started. LVN being filled on NQ into our 50s. Watching to see if buyers can maintain here or if we need to rotate back down to our 35. Ideally, buy side is able to hold this 50-55. Failure to get back over 60 will result in that rotation down to 35. Testing 60 offer now from a hold of our 50-55 liquidity. And again, this is ES target. I know I don't really talk about it a lot, but it's because like it doesn't really need a lot to be said. Like nothing has changed. Held our LVN, found our bid, rotating into target. Nothing has changed about what we've talked about. Like this is the move. So you want to be looking to risk off if you are trading ES as we trade back up into this area. If we can start to build up here, right, that's a different story, but this is PT. See if we can get anything else. Leave a runner. RTY is just chopping in this new range, so I don't know how much more movement we get on ES without the RTY breakout. Target for ES, James? Is that what you're asking? Does it make more sense why I targeted this upper area if we look at what happened in overnight session on these two highs?
According to a Washington Post reporter on X, Harris called Trump to concede the election.
So target was just based off of our overnight highs on ES from Globex. And I always sell into target, not at target.
Canada Finance Minister says we share concerns with Trump team over China.
Chat is so quiet today. Pushing into next target here, guys. If you bought 50 to 55, this was the next area of interest. Now trading into our 72 target. Good first risk off. Russell back up to our highs. Another oscillation completed. See if we can break out or if this is going to lose some momentum again. I do not know. ES testing our ETH highs here into 54. Looking above, see if we can establish a break above and hold, or if this is going to mark our high. I'd really like to see 52 on ES kind of maintain as supportive if we're going to continue higher and just flag this out. I stay for the full session today? I don't know. Chat seems kind of dead. I don't know if people are actually trading, and a nap sounds pretty solid. Mm-mm-mm. Am I chatting in Discord or just here? Discord as well. I spend most of my I focus mostly on Discord. Check YouTube chat when I can. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Biden to speak with Trump today and address nation on Thursday, according to APC.
I took that rebet at 35. Thank you. I admittedly suck at catching continuations. It's really hard to. I think a lot of people do. It's hard, especially in slower markets. It's because you don't have a lot of faith in the move, right? So you have to rely a lot on higher time frame structure and just the complete lack of sellers to be like, okay, yeah, like pullbacks make sense, right? Like the bid still makes sense. We haven't seen a break of structure. We haven't seen a break of higher highs and higher lows, right? So like you have to kind of like go through the list in your head of being like, does it make sense to be looking for shorts yet? And if the answer is no, right, like your only real option is either, like A, don't trade, or B, look for pullbacks for continuation of our higher time frame trend, right? So it's something that like I'm a huge proponent of, which is like making a list of criteria before you take a trade and going through that criteria list and checking off the boxes, right? Does it make sense for me to take a short here? Am I emotionally looking for a short, or does the criteria match my emotions? Right? And if the answer is no, the criteria doesn't match my emotions for my trade plan, then I shouldn't take that trade because I am not in a state that I can make rational decisions, and I'm going to be emotionally trading chop. And I think like that's one of the biggest thing that most people need to work on is just figuring out like, am I taking a mechanical setup that makes sense and meets the criteria of my trade plan, or am I emotionally trading because I'm bored and I don't know what's going on, And as soon as you can like rationalize that and figure out which trigger is happening inside you, the better off you're going to be discerning what's good trading and what's bad trading, right? So I think like your first step of being like, okay, like I admit I'm bad at looking for continuation plays. Okay, well that's a great first step, right? Like you've admitted to yourself that you are bad at that kind of trade, right? Now when you go back and do reviewing and you look back on, you do some market replay after hours, or even right now, go into Sandbox, right, paper trade for a bit, and look back at what a trend day looks like, right? Like create a certain a set of criteria from previous days, trend days, and see what do those days look like? What does the bid look like there, right? Like what is structurally, what do we do on pullbacks? What can I take from those previous trend days and make a list of things that usually happen, right? What does a pullback look like? What does a reversal look like? What does the end of a trend look like? And take some examples from those previous days, create a library so that you have a reference. And the more times that you do that and the larger your visual library becomes, the better you're going to be at these setups, right? That's the only way to get better, is by practicing and reinforcing until they become so second nature to you that you can just see them and you don't have to reference your library. $50 seconds until new 15-minute candles. I personally don't see much as of yet. All we're doing is rotating back to POC from previous candles. We're just keeping an eye on this pivot here at 45s. And our offer into... these are our levels right now. Don't really see anything else. New 15's opening in a second. We've got trapped buyers up at the highs into our 72 target that we had. We need to see acceptance above. Right now, we have a decent structural level here from these two POCs that have held, right? A decent amount of volume that's built. But we are kind of just trapped in between this range without a real understanding of where we're headed. We want to see a break of these lower highs while still remaining above our 45. And if we can do that, right, we can get maybe a little bit of a squeeze going over a build of 70s. But I'll let you know when I see something that's actually worth. Right now, it's just kind of developing out structure up at the highs. Again, like ES traded right into target, tested into our ETH high or our Globex high, and is rejected. Now we're just looking to see if we can build out this area and we can start to develop above our Globex high. I don't know if we do or not, right? So far we've seen zero willingness to really trade above. But things to keep an eye on that are important. Structural break on Russell. Can we now hold and develop above this? Or are we going to enter back inside this range and then rotate down? If Russell wants to keep going higher, very strong likelihood that the rest of the market wants to go with it, right? So we want to rely on that to see if Russell can find momentum and we can keep up that momentum. Our ideal setups will always be when the full market is moving together, because that has the highest chance to give us the fastest and largest moves with minimal drawdown. We want IWM, QQQ, SPY moving together because that's a market in sync and a very clear show of where we're headed, right? When we start to have divergence between Russell and the Qs, right? That's when you're like, oh, okay, well, financials are mixed and tech is mixed. You're going to get chop. We want to be taking high probability trades. That retest of 50s wasn't a play for you. It was a play, but I did not take it. This you're talking about the most recent retest of 50s. I did not take. Too slow. I don't trade slow markets. But the first test into it was great. Yeah, we talked about the 50-55 bid for a play into 72s. That I really liked this first retest a lot more. I shouldn't have deleted the lines that we had before, but I'm just trying to clean up charts. But if you remember from like, I don't know, 20 minutes ago, this is what we were watching for, was this 50 to 55 to come back in and then trade into 72, right? This is what was on chart like 10 minutes ago. That was a much more favorable trade for me than this rotation. I like first tests into liquidity a lot more than I like second or third tests. My issue with trying to buy the highs, James, is that like we're not seeing enough from buyers up in these highs to warrant me looking for expansion yet. What we're gonna need to see to break these highs, as of right now, is a seller trapped at the lows, to give us the acceleration, right? Give us the ammo we need to actually pop. Because as of right now, there is not enough interest up here from buyers to tell me like, yeah, we want to go higher now, right? So if there isn't that interest to that's like, hey, let's keep going, let's keep going. Like even if we eventually go up, right, maybe over the next hour, do I want to be in a position? Do I want to have risk on in a market that's chopping, looking for a higher move? And to me, most of the time, the answer is no. I'm looking for immediate reactions. I'm looking for immediate moves because I want to spend the least amount of time in the market possible because that means I don't have money on the line, right? Less time to be wrong. Want to be right almost instantly. So I want to see a player that I want to be playing with, and then I don't want to have hope on that my trade works. So right now, what's probably going to have to happen is the longer we sit up at the highs, the more likely we're going to have to go for liquidity, trap someone, and then we can then rotate by having them off sides. So we're going to have to probably break out of this range, find someone who's either trapped at the highs or lows, and then look for a continuation after that. So right now we know that there's sellers really tempting into 50s and they're offsides. So we can see that on our footprint chart. Do you see these blocks that are offsides into the lows? So we have two participants. We can call them two participants. I'm sure it's many more. But we have passive sellers willing to absorb buyers into our highs, and we have passive buyers who are willing to absorb sellers into our lows, right, from where our POC was. And we can see that by these blocks of selling deltas and buying deltas, and we're just rotating in between them. So we need someone to be caught off sides and break this structure, or we expect to just trade within this range. So that gives us a very defined area to be like, oh, okay, like this is clearly where we have an auction high and we have an auction low. We need to see one of these guys get trapped and a break, and then a secondary buyer or a secondary seller step in to accelerate outside of this area. That's what I look for. Until then, it's just a range. I do not use Bookmap. But I don't think there's anything wrong with Bookmap. I just think Bookmap's a little noisy. I think if you're a Bookmap enjoyer, then that's like your primary trading tool, right? Like I don't think it's a really great secondary tool. You either like use Bookmap or you don't.
According to the BSEE, the US Gulf shuts in 304,418 barrels a day, or 17.4% of oil production, and shuts 131 metric million cubic feet a day, or 7.04% of gas production.
How did I play the opening range today? I didn't play the opening range today. I don't take a trade for the first 30 minutes of the session. And today I woke up late. I fell asleep on the couch watching the election. So I didn't get on until about 10:30 today. So I didn't play the opening range at all. But usually I play a 30-second opening range. And we're looking for that to either hold as supportive or, hold as resistance. And then we look to play secondary moves off of it. But there's almost never a trade for me in the first 30 minutes. It's just too volatile, and I don't really see a ton of edge unless we're like doing like a gap fill. Then that's like a pretty easy play to discern. But yeah, I usually play a 30-second opening range just to give us an idea of sentiment. Yeah, I think IB is a great metric, and it's also like a pretty tried and true and system, letting you know if you should be like taking longs or just like not taking any shorts, like if we're above or below IB, or like looking for that fail and then the reoffer below IB can be really great to give you a check, right? Because it's another one of those things where it's like it can show you trap traders very easily, like a look above and then a look below. It's like, oh, okay, well, there's clearly someone trapped there, and now sentiment is shifted, and now we can rotate down. Full range oscillation, by the way, on NQ, pushing through our highs. Let's see if we can hold. I would say that this is a great first risk off. You want to be moving stops up if you did play the bottom of our range. I don't know how many range traders we have right now, but we'll be looking for a secondary move if we can hold out here. New 15's opening in 15 seconds.
RBNZ Deputy Governor Hawksby says the domestic economic challenges remain and unemployment expected to rise further.
I'm really only looking at two things right now. We have a seller who's trapped here at 70s, which is important because this is potential to actually get us out of here now. If we can hold this, we're looking for buyers to be able to accelerate. If this guy at 70s, if we ever push below, I'm going to be watching for, what is this low? 48? Yeah. We're going to be watching for buyers to get caught off here. And then this is my short, is this push below. We have to see sellers accelerate below this point. Until then, what we have going on right now is we have sellers who are offsides here into our 48, and we have sellers that are now offsides here into our 70. So right now we have a catalyst if buyers can actually accelerate now, where we can punish two sets of traders. These guys who tried to short the low of our range, and these guys who have tried to short now at the high of our range, right? So if buyers can now hold here, this is a huge catalyst to for continuation. We need to just see this now continue to bid, and we want to see active buyers now really trying to maintain these highs and push us further. So as this is happening, I want to see RTY ideally show interest as well. Because if we can get that and we can see ES start to show interest over our Globex high, that's really important for us to get that overall market break. So really keeping an eye on this now that we have this 70 level to play off of. And we can see that guy that's here right on footprint. You can see them positioned poorly right here into our highs. So this is a potential big shift of our value if it is able to hold, especially if we can see Russell and ES following. Mm-hmm. 20 seconds until new 15s.
According to Bild newspaper, German Finance Minister Lindner proposes an early elections to coalition partners as the solution to the government crisis.
New 15s opening now.
NYMEX diesel 27 cents. NYMEX gasoline December futures settle at $2.03 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas December futures settle at $2.74. And NYMEX WTI crude December futures settle at $71.69 a barrel. That's down 30 cents or 0.42%.
I'm really just keeping my eye on our test into 80s if we get it for buy side liquidity, and then our rotation up into 900s for buy side. Like that's the bullish move. Is just something like this. Bearish move would be the look below 70s and then that holding offer for our rotation back down into 45s. These are the two things that I'm really keeping an eye on. Any chop that happens here on a pullback is just going to be no trade, very neutral. Bullish, we want to see this hold, and we want to see a rotation up. Sell side, again, you want to see a look into 60s, offer then hold 70s, rotation down for anything to be valid. So our test into our ETH high here again on ES, Russell top of range, very slow action. Low but trending. I don't know how much longer we can like just slow grind up before needing like a structural pullback. I wonder. Like we'll keep playing it until we see it, but I think this slow just channel up is not exactly healthy. Like I feel like we have about 80 points to structurally repair before we get like an actual higher time frame new pivot to play off of. Like we probably need to like retest 800s would be my guess in the grand scheme of things before we get like a sustained rally up into like next day. Testing into our 80s now, see if buy side's here. This is POC from previous candle, which is why it has meaning. There's no bid here. That's a concern, right? We'll be looking for that look below 70s and then a offer to rotate us down. But if buyers can show interest here into our POC from our previous candle, it's a good indication that we want to continue going. Still zero interest on ES to trade above Globex high. 80's getting slight bid, but nothing really crazy yet. This buyer from 80s, we need to get over 90 before we can confirm anything. But liquidity was present there. Now we need to break downtrend. Got a little bit of absorption into 90.5 on NQ. I'm curious to see if we can breach. I'd like to see that bid flip. It's currently the offer, right? We can see that.
According to sources, German Chancellor Scholz has dismissed Finance Minister Christian Lindner.
We'll see if buyers can sustain again, but it looks like we'll probably need to go for a liquidity grab into 70s. That's my guess as of right now. With the failure in the offer into 90.5, it doesn't really make sense for us to bid here again. I'd be looking for a lower low, right? We failed to breach over our offer above, so it makes a lot of sense to then come down one more leg. Kind of how I view it. Watching for buy side reactions here as we come into our pivot. This is where we'd want to see a bid step in and then push us over 90s, like very key. Because if this flips, right, from here, and we don't see immediate bids in the zone, to me, this just doesn't have any sort of edge. If we look below, and then this holds as rotational low, like from our 60s, and then we offer here, this is sell side clearly stepping down. That's important to know, to notice, right? So it is very key that we find buyers here. Offer is attempting to move below 70s now, right? 30 seconds until new 15s. We'll see if buyers are able to maintain here. This should be a bit of a battleground. We can see how sellers are positioning, right? Look at our footprint. We've got buying blocks up at the highs that failed, and we have sellers now really trying to hammer down on this pivot. If they fail here, we then have fuel to go up. If they win here and we look below, we'll look for a secondary move below the 70 off of a reoffer for a continuation down. This is why this area is important. New 15s opening now.
Brent crude futures settle at $74.92 a barrel. That's down 61 cents or 0.81%.
I'm out 1 into 80. 2 left. Out 1 more here into 90. 1 left, 68.75 average. Why am I risking off here? Well, because this is our offer, right? We can see it. Where do we need to go? We need to look above 90s for continuation, or this is just going to rotate in between these two pivots, right? So I want to be risking off from our edge low, where we know buyers are, to our last known seller. And then I leave a runner for continuation. That's it. There's no short for me unless I'm attempting a short here at our top edge, or we get the look below and reoffer for continuation down like we've already pathed out. $90 could be pretty volatile, so if you you want to be moving up stops into it, unless you are happy leaving a runner at break even from the lows. Understand that 90 is this absorption here, so need to see a very clear break and hold above. I don't know how volatile this level is going to be. Was the 70 level a footprint? Yes. Yes, it was. Remember, this is where we're seeing these sellers getting absorbed, right? From what we talked about earlier. So either this maintains, right, where they continue to get absorbed here, or I'm going to be looking for a secondary move from below where sellers then accelerate down. We know where passive buying is. It's here. And again, like it's the same reason why we know that this is PT. This is POC from our sell side candle, and we know that this is absorption here. So until we can show acceleration above, we know this is where sellers are going. We're rotating in between a known buyer and a known seller.
RBNZ Deputy Governor Hawksby says Trump's economic policies are expected to be very much manageable for global central banks.
Telling you guys, like today is just a patience game, finding setups that make sense. You gotta like until we see something. There's lots of rotations, right? The overall trend's up, but is it playable? You know, and if we can find two areas of value, like that to me is super meaningful. And I'll play that 20-point range over and over again, right? Like if I can find 20 points multiple times a day, that adds up very quickly. We just want to have high probability setups. Or you want to be sticking in trend for long term because we know we're in an uptrend and you just leave a runner. Uh, yeah, I don't know. That's all I got. I've taken trades in 3 areas today. It's not the greatest day in the world, but what it is a very accurate day. Are there any questions? I don't know. Today feels very weird in chat. Discord is so dead. We good? What's that, Bruce? Oh, internet provider? Oh, got it. Yeah, Tritivate's DOM is not great. It's more of a price ladder than a DOM itself. I mean, it's fine for what it is, but the ones that work with prop firms, I think the best one is probably Quant Tower's DOM. And then I think Quant Tower probably has the most robust DOM that is free with most prop firms. Other than that, you could pay for um, a DOM add-on for Tradeovate called, what is it called? Uh, shit. Going, my mind's a blank here. One sec, I'm looking it up. I can't remember the name off the top of my head for some reason. Jigsaw is what it's called. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. You can add Jigsaw to Tradeovate as well, but it costs money. It's not free. But if you wanted a better version, there is a add-on called Jigsaw that you can get and then connect to Tradeovate to get a bit more information. But I think Quant Tower probably has the most robust DOM that is offered through prop firms that I've seen personally. I don't think you need it, but if you wanted to really become a DOM trader and focus in on that, then I would say Jigsaw is probably your best bet. It gives you the most information. Or switching over to something like Sierra Charts is also really good. That has a great DOM that's very customizable. But I think Tradeovate's price ladder works just fine. It just depends on what you want to do and how you trade. Yeah, definitely getting over COVID. Feeling better, just very tired still. Hopefully that goes away, Bruce. Like, cannot get my sleep schedule in check. But yeah, Kels, you're completely right. Compared to the videos you're going to see online, from other dumb traders, you Trade of Eights is absolute garbage, hot garbage. The ones that you're probably seeing online are mostly from a platform called Sierra Charts or from Jigsaw. Those are your two main DOMs that most semi-professionals use if they are DOM traders. But Aram uses Quant Tower, and he seems to really love it. And he's been focusing a lot more on DOM and market profile. So I think that that's a really great free option. And by free, I mean like included in most prop firms. This is a important area here on NQ to let us know if we're going to get a shift of value. Can buyers maintain above 90? We got another rotation back to our 70s. Buy side liquidity was there for a higher low. Now looking to see if this bid can sustain over 90 for a secondary move. Everything is just doing what we thought it would, right? Rotation between our two value edges. Now looking for a shift of value from secondary buyers on NQ over 90. Very important that we're able to get this push. I'm going to delete our pathing just because I hate the mess. And then I'll just shift this over. I want to see a sustained bid in this 85 to 90 if this is going to do anything important. Trapping more buyers up here is just not going to be good for us. I would say if 85.90 doesn't hold and we've just trapped more traders, that will more than likely break this low. That'd be my guess. So let's see if we can continue to see this bid step in at POC from previous candle. Here's your first target into 900s from our hold of 85.90. See if we can build above. Yes, almost into next target here into 960. If you bought 85.90 on NQ, you're feeling pretty happy. I want to see a push over 910s. I think that this is where our next offer will be into 910 here. But if we can build above, then we probably get another 20 points up into like 930. Watching ES here into target. From everything that I've walked through the last hour about price action and what we're looking for and the relationship between our zones, does it make sense what we've done so far? Like, are we seeing it play out in real time? Do you guys see it or no? Because it's important that, like, we are able to understand, like, we rotated back down to buyers, we went up to our sellers, we flipped our value here on the look above, where 90 went bid. From that 85.90 going bid, we were able to then push up higher, right? That shift is incredibly important because if you miss this first entry, this secondary buyer is incredibly important to play off of for a push up. I really want to, like, this is why we've highlighted these areas because it gives you two opportunities. Sure, I mean, I get that, Bruce. Totally get that. I think my point to you for or my rebuttal or counterpoint, Bruce, would be we still have room to ADR high, right? So we're still within our average range based off of how we've been trading. So we have room up. Right? If we were here and you were like, I don't think longs make sense, I'd be like, oh yeah, totally. Longs don't make sense here. Right? But mathematically, right, statistically, we have room. I might be done, guys. I don't know. Do I stay? Is there enough interest for me to stay? I don't really want to trade last hour. I hate trading last hour. Do we have questions? Do we want to like talk about anything? I'm just like trying to figure it out. Here, I'll do something that I usually don't do because I think it's important to see. Here are all of the trades that I took today. Did we capture the full rotation? Did we play trend up all the way? No. No, we didn't. But did I play things that made sense to me and I was able to capture them with minimal risk? Yes. I think that that's the most important thing. Would it have made sense to just like stay long from our original entry? Oh yeah. But like, what am I gonna do? You know? Here's every trade I did today. These are everything that we talked about on live. Oh, too large, can't paste. Shit. First trade of the day, 75s, and just playing this up and then leaving all of this chop sideways and waiting for our next leg out. Once we saw that leg out, we then played our 815, 810 area, and then we played that rotation up, and then we chilled, let this chop out. I didn't play any of this rotation. I waited for a pullback, then bought our dip once we saw a very clear value area, played that rotation up into our 90s. Once we saw a shift over 90s, played our 90s up to our 930. And those are the trades that I took today. Where would your stops have been on the 870 trade? Again, remember why we were looking at this area for a bid. This area is our buy side low, right? So stops are just right below this. There's no reason to look for anything unless we see sell side isn't in control until we see this buyer gone at 60s and an offer step in at 70s. I want to be buying here. because this area makes the most sense for a shift of value in a strong trending market up. There's nothing about this area that tells me that this is bearish. It's literally just a channel up, right? So what do I need to see for me to shift bias to bearish? What did I scream about this area? This 70 needs to go offer. At any point did it flip offer? No, right? So I would have had to see a very clear seller show an aggressive push below this area, and then a reoffer for me to get stopped out of this trade. And then we would be looking for a rotation down. Without that, this is just an accumulation area for more buyers because this is a channel up. This is a 15-second chart. You have to remember, like, I'm not risking more than 6 points here. And none of my entries, I'm risking more than five points in reality. Every area that we talked about was about a 5 points of risk. Because we're only playing our value pivots, right? Our auction pivots. So these areas are very vital and we expect immediate bids from. Could I have played this entry better? Yeah, definitely, right? But that's why I risked it off as soon as I could. And then we played our runners up higher. But at no point did it invalidate, right? Is there futures trading in the Discord room from 9:30 to 4, like consistent every day? Yeah, I'm on every day. And then in the afternoons, we have another guy named Mario who trades from 12:30 to 4, 4 days a week. And then I trade usually from like 10 to 10 to 2, 10 to 4. It really depends. Like we trade when we're actually trading. So if we're not feeling it, we're leaving because we're not going to tell you to trade if we don't feel comfortable trading either. But there's consistently someone on every day. Yes. Are you looking at deltas to validate the trades as you're approaching a level? Yes. Yes. I will be right back. I'm gonna grab water. Losing my voice a little bit. All right. Sauce, I saw you typing and then you stopped. You good? I don't mean to call you out. I just saw you were typing before I walked away. I just woke up. Who won the election? Yikes. Trump, man. Makes sense with us mooning. I think we probably would have done the same price action regardless of who won. Markets can just uncoil a bit. I'm guessing that we'll probably need to pull back like 100 points, and then we can keep going higher into close, into tomorrow, either like overnight or whatnot. But kind of my guess is that we'll probably have to fix some of this. My kind of general thoughts are that we held our breakout, right? Our lows, what we were looking for. Found our buy side here. We've finally rotated to the highs, but we'll probably have to retest some sort of structure in here, I'd assume. Your smallest pullback, I would guess, would be into about 800 that I'd be looking for, and then a continuation higher. But we'll see. I don't know. But it's finally we're finally breaking out of this range, which is nice. But I wouldn't be looking for like multi-day swing longs up here. That just doesn't make sense unless we see a pullback. I just don't see why that would be of interest to like anyone. Like we can definitely scalp longs for continuation higher, but I want to see some sort of dip now and retest. Other than that, I'm a little sus. Um, yeah, I don't know. Hmm. Did the Harris campaign already give their concession speech? That's this evening? Okay. I know that she called Trump to concede, but other than that, yeah, I know she called. Yeah, no problem, Jason. Have a great rest of your day. There's not a strong likelihood I take another trade into close unless we see something shift. I'm not looking for any more longs today, I don't think. If anything, there's probably going to be like a short into close, would be my guess. I don't know. It's getting a little stuffy up here. We'll see what MOC brings, but I'll chill and just like hang out with you guys. But I would guess that I don't know. I think we need to pull back to 800 personally, but I don't see a trade to get us there right now. I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think 800s is likely, but until I see a break of structure and something to play off of, that trade exists in my mind alone. You know what I mean? I can't will that into existence. Good morning, dog. Hello. Open the blinds for. There we go. Oh boy, I'm tired.
So Germany's Chancellor Scholz calls for a confidence vote on January 15th.
Mm. Later, man.
And Germany's Chancellor Scholz calls for a snap election at the end of March.
Something, Bruce, are you still here? Like, I want to just reiterate on that, like, that 70 trade. Like, I don't consider that averaging down. I'm building my position. I want to, I think that that's like a pretty important distinction. Like, adding one lot into a zone that I want to see buyers in, and then adding another lot, and while we're holding and we're seeing that bid, and then like averaging down would be like losing our pivot and then adding at 60, right? Like we've lost my level of interest and now I'm adding to a losing position. But like rotating a few points around my pivot isn't adding to a losing position, it's building a position. Does that make sense? Like averaging down would be like staying in a trade that doesn't make sense and not following my trade plan. I was just reading through that again. I think that's like a pretty important distinction. Like we can't we got to get out of the habit. No, habit's the wrong word. We got to get out of the expectations that we're going to bottom tick every entry. You know what I mean? Like if you think that you're going to bottom tick every entry, you're going to have a really bad time. Yeah, cuz like think about it, like for me trading minis, four minis is would be like you averaging in, not you specifically, but would be if you're on like a 50 or a 100k prop account, would be like averaging in 2 to 4 micros with each attempt, right? And building out your position. Like you don't go full size on your first look into an area, but you build out your full position as we show that we're holding and you're following the trade plan, right? So me adding one lot and then adding another lot and then building out my full position and then letting the trade play and then taking risk off on what is now a poor entry, to me is just proper risk management, right? Like that's I think it's important. It's an important distinction. And that's why it's so important, like if you're on a 50 or a 100k account, to be trading those micros so that you can build out an average price and not be fully dependent on the perfect entry off of, you know, with full size every time. Like it's just not realistic. It's awesome when we are able to bottom tick shit, but like it's just, if that's our expectation going into every trade, you're gonna get stopped out in winning trades because you're so afraid of drawdown, I guess is what I'm saying. Especially on days like today where we just are so slow. If buyers are going to be able to do anything here into close, we want to see this like 910 area hold. This 905, 910 on NQ. POC basically of this candle. So just keep an eye on this area. Bids need to sustain here, ideally. Off of the rotation from 85.90. This bid is important. We want to see secondary buyers now here if we're going to rotate higher into close. Without this buyer, just expect a rotation back down. We can see that on footprint as well. I don't either, Bruce. I really don't. But, To each their own. His brain works very differently than mine. I just can't stay focused. Look to be taking off some profits into 930. 5 points of risk for 25 points there. That was target. See if you can get a runner to keep going as we push into ES ADR up at 69s. I am not in this trade. Like, again, I said I'm done, but that was the only setup that I saw there into 905, 910. Class yesterday was review of the newsletter from over the weekend, and then Mario went over the last 7 or 6, like actually it was like the last 4 or 5 election cycles. He went through the price action of the last 4 or 5 election cycles to show that no matter who wins, it's basically the same thing, which is we kind of consolidate and chop for the next month, and then into December we go up, basically regardless of who's in office. So to not basically expecting huge moves, but that the general price action is up to sideways, no matter who wins, and then just going and reviewing that into election night was basically class. Just going back and looking at previous cycles. And then comparing like NQ's performance, ES's performance, and Russell's. Russell usually has the largest move month over month after an election cycle. NQ secondary, and then ES is kind of flat. But that's all class was. It was a pretty short class. Just there weren't a ton of questions.
Markets on close imbalance. The S&P 500 a buy side of 755 million. Nasdaq 100 a buy side of 34 million. Dow 30 a buy side of 312 million. And the Magnificent 7 a buy side of 42 million.
There's your MOC volatility into our 930 price target on NQ, rotating back down to our 905, 910 liquidity. You should expect buyers to be here again. If 905 goes offer from a look below, then there's potentially more, but yeah, I mean, this is just POC from previous candle. I'd say if we don't see buyers here, then you just rotate back down to 85.90. I wouldn't trade this. I wouldn't touch this market in the last 10 minutes. It's just not worth. We're up way too high. Again, I really want to see a pullback to about 800. Hopefully overnight, so that we can just go up again tomorrow. But 800 is at least where I'd like to see us pull back. 850 is 845, 850 would be a great reversion target. And then we can kind of figure out what we want to do from there. But yeah, well, we're just going to have to take this one day at a time until we can build out this upper structure. No, yeah, none of it's actionable. Unless like you had the balls to short like our 930 profit target, which is just a bad trade in the first place. There's nothing here. And it's just going to be rotating down to our low here. And again, like it's just a pullback. Like it's end of day risking off. Yeah, this is all garbage. Yeah, exactly. These guys at 75 are so far trapped. You'd need to see that push below 75s for acceleration down, or expect us to just rotate between 920 and 875. We can start to see the offer start to slowly shift down below 90s and then take out 875, then we probably are going to go for those lower targets. But 90 is your first level in the sand here. Testing into our 75 offer again. See if buyers are able to absorb again, or if we can actually see some sort of shift. Looks like another complete absorption from buyers at the lows so far. There's now like 480 contracts absorbed into 75. We have jobless claims tomorrow and what, FOMC as well? Like there's a lot of potential for some larger moves off of data. I think it's crazy to be looking for more longs into jobless claims in FOMC. I think that pullback's like the only reasonable thing to be expecting. That's my mindset right now. I'm not taking trades based off of that mindset though. I wanna be clear, but I really do want to see pullbacks now that we've broken highs. And a clear showing from buyers that we've created a new higher level of demand before we keep going. Whenever we get like breakouts of larger structure and balance, you're going to get a break of highs. And then I want to see at least a look back in and then a higher low establish before we can kind of continue onward. So say like price did something like this. Like I want to see a retest, ideally, off of our break of structure, and then a rotation back in, and then we can kind of go higher.
Nikkei, Japan's financial watchdog looks to put legal curbs to prevent foreign cryptocurrency exchange from taking domestic assets overseas if they collapse.
So when we get structure like this, where we take out highs, now this is where I'm like, oh, okay, well, we took out lows, right? We've taken out highs. Now let's pull back to some degree, and then figure out if we can now make this our new value low for a shift higher. That's my general idea a lot of the time. It only makes sense structurally. Put a new fixed range on this. There's so much confluence with this area. Like to me, this makes a lot of sense to retest into here, maybe 434, 442 for larger pullback. 800s would be your most bullish pullback on just a break of structure retest. I'm gonna be watching these two areas. We'll see what happens into tomorrow. This would be a great retest for our edge. A steeper pullback would be this failing and then rotating down back into this. And then we would have to look back over and then continuation higher. Yeah.
So Nasdaq 100 gains 2.7% to close at the first record since July.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. If that doesn't do that move overnight, then it'll probably happen with jobless claims and FOMC. But that's the close, everyone. I will be on tomorrow, of course, and we can trade this. Hopefully, you guys had a good day. It was pretty quiet, but the areas of interest that we talked about and we walked through, I think were really solid. If anything, today should teach you patience, 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 right? Yeah. All right. Peace, everyone. Do I know any good platforms to buy actual bonds on? I would ask Braxton. I'm not familiar with bonds. I've never traded bonds. I don't know what the best platform would be. Yeah, I mean that's understandable. Yeah, I'm sure Braxton would know. All right. I'm gonna get off voice, but at me if you've got anything else. All right, appreciate you all, and I will talk to you all tomorrow. Peace.